Gonna send a message to Instagram to warn everybody, and we'll start in prepared to 3D print this frog I made on the last on the last live session. We're almost there. Give me a sec, please. It'll be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm gonna start from scratch because I kind of well, I'll show you the process in a while. Okay. It's done. I'm gonna have my chat here. Well, just a moment. Be right back. Be back in a flash. Here I am again on my own. Let's start with this. What we're going to do here today is this frog. This frog that I sculpt live. And I kind of prepared it for 3D printing, but it's not even close to ready for 3D printing. And on this case, I'm going to try and simplify everything because I will just make it like in 3 parts, maybe 3 parts, like one for the frog, one for the head, and one for the base. 3 parts only. I could do it all together. It's possible to, but I really don't like that much because I like to have the opportunity to paint, and you could paint with this all joined together, but if it's in separated parts, you could print it bigger. You can get more details on the green versus on the stone-like appearance, and for the rest, it's easy. So here we go. When I sculpt, I did a lot of elements. So this is all a big mess here, and the first part is we gotta take care of this big mess. I'm gonna organize it by parts. Okay. This is the base. Sorry. This is the base. We're gonna name it. This is the skull. I'm sorry. This is the skull. I'm gonna name it like a frog. Last witness. Skull. Then I'm gonna put my name. It's not Live 3D Print Pretty now. It's Form Fable 3D. Let's do this. Like Last Witness Skull. Form Fable 3D. This is how I do stuff. So you're gonna see the whole process going on. You have the skull and one part. What you can do, you can go here and rename and copy. And then for the last, this is the base. This is the base. That's already, well, we're missing the mushrooms. We're missing the mushrooms. We could print it with the mushrooms, no problem. This is gonna print something like this. I like to print my bases like this. Someone like to print like laying down. I could also print laying down. And by the way, I can see there's an error here. I gotta fix this before. And this is a problem. But since I have it separated by polygroups, that's always a good thing, because if I didn't have this separated by polygroups, I will have to polish this, and I was going to mess with the topology of the base. So since I have this separated by polygroups, I can just choose this polygroup, and all this flowing stuff, it's right here. I can do something like I don't know if there is only this floating. This is only this one, this is easy. But I could do something like auto groups. In auto groups, what it's going to do is group by floating parts, something like that. So you can see there is a different color between here and here and here are all different colors. And then I can separate it and press Ctrl Shift and press this single color, and I only get the floating ones. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is press Ctrl Shift, right click and drag, and it's going to move me to the other parts. Okay. And the floating parts are hiding behind. And what I do is delete it, and I have this UI always configured to my liking, you know. The default is nothing like this. Okay, I do delete it, and okay, then those floating parts are already deleted. But we got a hole here. You know, you cannot print with holes. There's the easy way, close holes, and then that hole is closed. I don't know if that's good. Yeah, maybe. See. Let's see. Yes, I guess. See something. Is a hole? I'm just gonna poly paint it to see. I'm gonna poly paint it with the material to see how it looks. If I'm gonna have a problem or not. No, it's just an appearance. There's no issue at all with this. So it's fully, you know, fully all right. I can try and see. Doesn't look that bad, you know, because if I do this, it's all clean, so you're not gonna notice anything. So the close all operation went. Okay. This is just for visual part, and right now we are not going to need the visual part because we already did that on the last live on the render. So what I like to do is save, always save. 41, going to 3D print. Okay, I'm gonna call this 3D print because I know from this part, it's where it starts the 3D print part. Okay, see, this is the whole process. It could be easier, it could be more difficult. But for now, we only noticed that one there that I missed because I was pulling down this green stuff along the base to look it cool, and when I push it out of the normal base. You know. Okay, this is all good. We can do when this is over. I'm not gonna do it now. We can put this single color, like fill all. And with this, you can see there is no difference between the part that I removed there. You can see no difference. It's all one clean mesh. That's what we want. Okay. You see there? That's where I take it. But if I do single color, you can't see anything. It's perfect. Okay. You get the point. We're gonna need the mushrooms, and the mushrooms are here. So I'm gonna put the base inside the mushroom folders. I like to work with folders. Because with folders I can then do the Boolean operation The Boolean operation is joining all the parts that I have here, joining in one part and fixing all the holes, and it joins like perfectly, like if you dynamesh it, but without dynameshing, without losing all the details. What I like to do first, check integrity. You can see there's 10 edges shared by more than 2 polygons. You can fix this. Check. You can fix this. You can notice some visual difference here. But if you really want to be sure, you can do auto groups, then Control Shift with this select rect brush on, and then you can click again, click again, click again. If nothing happens, then this mesh is perfect. Okay, and already with the mesh fixed. So let's save it again. Let's save it again. Please always save. Let me just check. This mesh is okay. You can see the inside of the mesh by flipping it. Let me just save and I'll show you in an instant. Okay, just flip the mesh. And you can see inside it's perfect. You know, for 3D printing, this is gonna 3D print as a whole part, or if you're gonna hollow it, it's gonna hollow just fine. There are no floating parts in here. This is kind of an X-ray view of it. I flip again because you need to work with that mesh on this side. If you happen to have double enabled and flipped, you can't notice. So, a lot of times I got that problem. Then I took double. Oh my god, my mesh is imperfect. Flip it again. It's called the flip normals. There's a good site with that, the flip normal. Lot of tutorials. Okay, moving on. Since I'm gonna print the mushrooms alongside with the base, I have to Boolean mesh it. But I'm gonna turn off the skull. I'm gonna turn off the frog, but I need this. This is part of the eyes of the frog. Okay, I created a folder with the frog and the legs are all separated. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the frog. And we are only gonna end up with the base. This is the base. I think I'm gonna print the base like a whole. Don't see any problems with this. Let's see. You have to pay attention also to the polygons. You don't want to get a huge mesh. Right now it's 1044 polygons. That's a lot. It depends if you want quality or not, but I think it's a lot. Let me just save because we are going to decimate mesh. And by decimating the mesh, you are going to lower the size of this base a lot. Let's go decimation master. I'll just do the normal 20% preprocess current. And remember, I am 2000 polygons. gonna be heavy on the 3D printing, on the slicer and everything. By the way, if you like this content, drop a like and subscribe, please. Okay, pre-process current, I'm gonna decimate current. And now it's going down to 400, from 2000 to 400. It's a lot. And still maintain the quality that this has. It's kind of a magic trick. Then I'm going to make the mushrooms. I'm going to see how much. For this size of mushroom, like 400 polygons, it's almost the same number of polygons than the entire base. So you know it's kind of a lot for an object this size. So I can decimate it also. Pre-process current and decimate current. Okay, then 65. Okay, that's acceptable, and it still maintained the details. And another thing for 3D printing, you have to get exaggerated details so you can notice on the 3D print. If you have, you see, oh, it's visually okay, but you have to exaggerate a lot. Okay, next mushroom. I like to do also is close-off. What I like to do also before I do anything else, it's create another file and leave that one as a backup. Okay. I'm gonna close those now. I think this is gonna look a cool collectible. Kind of made of Fel Albero. Need to do it. I'm gonna make it. So I'm gonna flip the normals. And you can see the mushroom is perfect in the inside. Okay, if you wanna really be sure, you can do auto groups. Okay, solo it, Control Shift, click, nothing. Great. Next. 300 again. The other mushroom here. Pre-process. I'm gonna teach you all I will teach you as as much as I can, because these tools you have to learn elsewhere. I will teach you what I use right now. Okay. And close those. The groups. Nothing. It's cool. Okay. Got an autosave. But when I'm doing these operations, I don't trust ZBrush. It's always crashing on me. So in this part of the project, I tend to save a lot. Like a lot. Let me just check something else here. The other, you see, it's white. No why it's white, because I didn't use the material. I can use white. Use the basic material. So I know it's complete. And it doesn't have color. I know I already fixed it. And I'm going on the next mushroom. Press W and it goes to the center of the solo object that I'm watching. Okay. It decimate the other one, yes. Okay. And I'm gonna decimate this one. 300 for a small mushroom. It's not. Okay, 65. Close those. Auto groups. Good. Get the idea. The next one. 300 again. Preprocess. Decimate. Close. Auto group. I don't know if I done something wrong in this, so I want to be sure. Okay, fill. Mushroom. Oh, the cat is calling me. Save gun. I don't know if I pre-processed already. I'm gonna make sure I did. Decimate. Okay. The groups. All good. Good. Close those. Auto groups. All good. Fill object. I'm filling the material and the color here. It's called multi-RGB channel. So it uses the basic material and the color. So I take extra care. Everything has to be fine. Everything has to work. I check every piece to see if it's printable or not. I don't skip steps. You know? I just check everything. I don't need to check it, but I do. I want to make 100% sure this is printable. Okay. Maybe some models there aren't well done. They can always print it. Can always print it, you know. But there are a lot of errors. You can have a lot of problems where printed it looks bad. You waste more material, and the details aren't just there. I think I'm the best in the world, but I'm good. Already thinking how I'm gonna print this. I'm gonna use a lot of supports to the head of the mushrooms. I'm gonna print it maybe like this, maybe like this. I could print it flat. I'm not a big fan of printing flat bases, but why not? We can try. We can try. I always like to print like with this inclination, not this, but this, because you see the heads still going up, they are going to auto support it the best way. If you have like an FDM printer, you can also print this. I make all my models printable in any kind of printer, FDM or resin. In resin, the best way to print, in FDM, the best way to print is this flat. And print down, up, layer to layer. I can do this in resin, but there are problems with the suction cup and everything that I like to avoid, because if I leave a gap like this, you avoid I don't like this, like this, you avoid problems like suction cup. There isn't a lot of suction cup, and all the supports go down here, and down here you're not gonna see any fails. Well, I do see something that I don't like. Let me see. Shouldn't have done the lettering. Shouldn't have done the lettering. That's, but let me see something. Let's save it. We're always missing a mushroom. First things first. And fix this in two ways. Either I go back, way back, and try to crease it and no problems. That's the easy way. Or I can do the nerd way. The nerd way is exactly what went wrong. For example, use the Z modeler and move points and try to fix it. The nerd way is gonna give me the 100% sure. Good now. If you are not sure, you can do another way. That's what I'm gonna do. I didn't pay attention to this. You see like a big problem here. I don't like it. Well, the problem, I wasn't thinking clearly. You have to decimate this first, and then you put the letters. It's the best way. As you see, already have it fixed. Now I can crease all, and maybe when I decimate it, won't get this error on the base. Avoid this by putting the letters last. don't like it. There's one way to fix it. Since I did it wrong the first time, there's no easy way to fix this now without looking bad. I don't like this. I don't really like this. Sucks. I can do something. First of all, I'm gonna try to fix as much as I can. Fix as much as I can. Like roughly fix the as much as I can, so it looks acceptable. Or something else. Think something else. This is the part where you try to fix problems. This is cool. Nice. And with more resolution, resolution. There's an easy solution. You don't touch it. You don't decimate and you go with it. But you made this mistake on the first time. You just go with it. Let's try first with more resolution. And if that doesn't work, I'm gonna maintain the 2000. And next time, I'll remember. Put the letters on the end, not on the beginning. Or when you put the letters, you get some subdivisions on the letters. This part is lengthy. I don't know how to say. It takes too much to do it right. I hope so. I hope it goes. It all goes good. I'm with 8 million. I don't know if I'm gonna end up with the same number of polygons. Let's see. Why not experiment? It didn't work. I messed up on the beginning. So I'm gonna forget all this and I'm gonna leave the base as is. There's no way I can salvage this without making the whole base. I can increase decimation like by 50%. maybe not. Being too long on the base, and I shouldn't. Just want to lower the number a little. Yeah, decimation 50% worked. And I maintain everything impeccable. Yes, yes, this is it. There's always a solution. You have to try it all. Sometimes one works, sometimes one doesn't, sometimes the other works. Well, instead of 2,000, I have 1,000. It's better than nothing. And now, the famous safe part. I do have a lot of space in the hard drive, so I have no problem with that. Right now I am happy. Right now I'm very, very happy. So to group it, perfect. Let's close those. Group. Check again. Okay. You see, I was going to the last mushroom and then I saw this. But ended up fixing. That's why we are here to fix problems. I could go in a little further, but I'm not gonna waste time on that right now. Maybe later. Okay, last mushroom. The last mushroom we can go to 20% decimation to 50s. It's a lot for this, so small. Decimate, okay. Show this, I choose the brush and I have my shortcut on my keyboard. So I just press 1 and I go to move tool. I can see this. I fill object, so it's the same color in the same object as the ones that are ready. Like this base isn't yet because I just decimated and I didn't do it. Now it's okay. We have the all base, all mushrooms decimated and ready to boolean. And to boolean is to join. I'm gonna save it again. On the safe side. I'm gonna join the base and make it one. And by doing that, since I have the mushrooms and the base inside this folder, and I have it to join operation. This is join, this is subtract, this is intersect. I'm going to join. Everything is on join. So they are all going to glue together. I don't like to do merge. Because if you do merge, this is all going to be crossed and it's not gonna be one solid mesh with the water type that you need. It's just gonna be a hot mess. So boolean, always boolean. For boolean, always save. There's boolean and this knife curve tend to crash ZBrush. So we're gonna boolean now. It's this little wheel. Boolean folder, okay? Sometimes it says it has a lot of errors. If it doesn't say anything, you're golden. Now, we did the boolean. There are no errors because I was very, very careful on preparing the other pieces. And when I sculpted, I was also very, very careful and not, no, getting some floating parts and all that. Okay, so the base is all in one piece. Save it again, just to be sure, because I'm gonna delete the folders with the base. Maybe I'll delete it later. I don't know if I need to move the mushrooms to the side a little more. I'll decide later. So what I like to do when I don't want to delete it right now to save disk space, I put the folder that I no longer need at the bottom. You see, I have a lot of things at the bottom. So this base is done. You can check it with close holes, with any holes that may be, auto group to see if there's any floating parts. Control Shift with the select rect brush down, click, left click. Nothing happens. There are no floating parts. This is a trick. Nobody, not everybody knows this. It's good to get to know. Show you everything. What I do. Okay, so we have the base. We can rename it like frog base, frog base form table 3D. Okay. So there is always an object on the top, and this object is going to get the name of the save file. So normally what people do is like put a cube or a star or something on top, because you're going to see, I'm going to name it, because I lost the name that I put in my scope because it was on top. I'm going to name it, copy this. I'm going to name it now. You see, this is called PM3 cube, PM3D cube 3D1. I'm gonna save the file. You're gonna see that this cube is gonna get the name of the file that I saved. That's gonna be sapo 43 something something something. Stop saving. Okay. First subtool that is on top is it's always going to get the name of the save file. So if you don't want to lose the name of the files that you are actually going to export and you would like to export with that name, you just leave a cube or a star or anything you don't need. Okay? So I think we're going to pass on to the frog. The frog. I'm going to tell you why. Because the frog, we're going to need the frog to boolean out the skull. So the skull takes the shape of the frog that's on top of him and not the other way around, because the skull has all these holes and all these scratches, and I don't want the frog with this, carved in. I want it to be frog, make the boolean to the skull, and not the other way around. Then it will. But at that time, I will be able to clean a lot more the files. You'll understand later. Is something. You have to be careful with these parts. Because when you print it, there's going to be a problem here. You print it, there's going to be a problem here. When you print a frog. That's why when you're cutting the parts, you will have to think of that, because let's break it down. I made these parts going down, okay? There's no problem with this. But I made this antenna going up. The way I like to print stuff, it's like this. I like to print like this and use the supports here, okay? I like to use the supports here because when it's gonna print, it has supports here, and then it's gonna print this head and this. Sorry, I'm showing with my finger and not seeing my finger. Gonna print here, and then here, and here, and here, and here, and here. And when it takes to these parts, there is no harm, because these parts are already supported. They have the biggest support they can have. It's this big old head. It's one large support. No problem with this. If you want to print the frog in one go. But what I will have to do, is remove this. I will print this separate, because that antenna, I will print it this way. Okay, I'll print it, the antenna, this way. Like it's gonna start here and here and here and here. Or let me see. Let me just check. And it's here. Best way to print this antenna. I'm starting laughing because there isn't like a perfect way to print this antenna. Maybe this way, maybe this way, maybe this way, because this way, this little part will act as a base, not this part. If I do this part as a base, there are going to be a lot of floating parts here. This is going to be floating, this is going to be floating. But if I do this part here, okay, there are going to be some floating parts, but you already have this space. This space is going to be floating but supported. Then it's going to print this way, and now you have a big support here. Then you can put supports in here, but they're going to print, they're going to glue it, to sort of speak. Then you can put supports here and here and here and here, and this way you're gonna have some support along the way. I think it will be easier to do this. Print it like this. Versus printing like this. If you print like this, you're gonna regret it. You have to risk it and print it like this. And to print it like this, then it will be hard to remove the supports. But what you can do, it's inflated a little bit, so you're not gonna notice. But it's a lot thicker, and it's gonna hold on a lot better while printing. And don't notice it even looks better, I think. Put it here. I like it there. It's a natural, not like, oh, the antennas are on the middle. No. Doesn't touch anything. There you have it. You will have to print it separate if you want to print the frog in all in one go, like this. And it saves you a lot of time in printing the frog in parts. I could print like the separate arms and the separate legs and everything, but this would always be a problem. And since this is a problem, I'm gonna print it separately. So that said, I'm gonna take out the antenna out of the frog folder. At this time, I'm just gonna name it antenna. So this is kind of a drag. That's the way it goes, my friends. Get or not. Pick it up. I'm gonna pull it inflated because I want it to be strong on the print. With this way, you won't have so much problems even with FDM printers like this. This here. Save. Save. I almost forgot to say. F of the art. Print the frog in one go. Don't feel like it. I don't. I really don't feel like it. Love this frog. Gonna be my favorite frog from now. Now on, you are my favorite frog. Okay, close those. This function cannot be applied. Okay. Divisions are down. Okay. So, so whiskers 281. I don't think so. Whiskers are fine. Tools. Mesh integrity, okay. Flip. Think that I have a morph target. Okay, I'm gonna delete the morph target. Then I can flip it. What I see on this one, what I see on this one, I think they look perfect. Right. Save it, please. Just double check this one. The save takes a lot of time, but my own good. Let me just double check. I didn't check this one. Okay. This is done. Fill object. Now for the other whiskers. Fusion, delete lower. Oh. Let me check something. Let me check out the groups. First, okay, bring that there. Says current. Like it when everything goes a-okay. To the next part. I'm just painting this part if you're just looking now. See what's already done and ready to paint and ready to boolean. This or this. Gonna keep a copy of this folder because don't know how it's gonna react when I do a key on this, like a key to fit in. It's called a key. Fit in a key. So I'll keep this frog as a backup. And to do that, I select the frog, Control Shift D, and it duplicates this frog. I'm gonna put it here. I call it frog backup. This later. Just kind of thinking 2 steps ahead. Okay, now it's time to decimate the frog because it has 8 million polygons. I think it's too much because if you're gonna do a large collectible, 8 millions, nothing if you have a good computer, like a good processor, CPU. You don't need a graphics card, you need a good CPU for ZBrush. So, with that said, let's do a save before I do the decimation process. a lot because it's a lot bigger. Wasn't even gonna print this frog and made it for 3D print, but what the heck? I just like to do 3D prints. I like to do collectibles that are 3D printable. So I just thought of that. Because if you want to do a 3D print just to show the image, you can forget everything that's on the back and all the mesh and everything. You just do it. And if it looks good and like this, it's okay. But for 3D painting, no, no. Everything has to be perfect, at least for me. At least that's what I think. 1 million, and it still has a lot of details. It's good because this is gonna show a lot on the 3D print. Not gonna be just flat. You can do it a lot more. You can push a lot more. Be in the end, I'll push it a lot more. But for now, I'll leave it like this. How about this? Let me see. I don't think I'm gonna have a problem when bullying it because I already did this a lot of thick inside, and maybe no problem. Even the size is good. Strange. Let's see. If you want to get more definition on this, you have to subdivide. It doesn't look like no quality. This has to have quality. But, but, still gonna make some adjustments here. This is current. It doesn't look like it's 3D, look like a 3D face. Call it. So Alvaro Ribeiro taught me like a 3D face. Since it's separate, I can do is refining. It seems like it's going from behind the pulp of it. How you call it this in English, I don't know. Oh, it doesn't look so 3D. This is going from behind. Nice. That way doesn't look so big. just glue there. This is 3D without a 3D face. Looks natural. Those details that make difference. Now, save it. Make a new file. Let's see how this goes. Okay, it's time for Boolean. Except for the antenna that I'm gonna print separately. Because the antenna could work as a whole, but I had to print the frog like this position. Something that I don't want to do. I will lose a lot of details, use a lot of supports. Already said. So let's blow in and see if we got any errors. I didn't close holes on some parts. No errors. So I did everything right. It's going down. With no errors. It's watertight. One. Just close holes. Holes. Two groups. See, there are any floating parts. There is a floating part here. You see, a lot of floating parts. This is why when you go in, you do auto groups to see if inside there are any floating parts, and you don't want floating parts printing. You just click Control Shift, click drag. You do delete hidden, then you delete those floating parts. And close those again to make sure everything is okay. And if you want to make extra sure, check mesh integrity, 6 edges, mesh. Everything is good. I'm gonna flip it to see how the inside is. I used to do back in the day was like shift click, control shift left click on middle of the object. You see one side, and control shift alt left click and see the other, and it's a lot more difficult. You can just now press flip normals, the inside, and for me the inside is perfect. I've seen a lot of worse inside. Wow, you can't even imagine. I fixed a lot of worse. It's perfect because what you can see here, if you don't understand at first, it's all hollow in the inside. It means that you have the possibility to print it correctly, either hollow, make a wall here, or if you're printing FDM, you do the filling. be all perfect and concise. So this mesh is perfect for 3D printing. You can even make holes if you print in resin down here to drain the resin. You can make holes down here to drain the resin. You can make holes on the top to drain the resin. The hole on the top that I'm thinking of, it's when I put the antenna. I put this antenna, I'm gonna make a hole here to drain the resin too. And to make the air flow so it doesn't create a vacuum. That's how they call it, I think. Okay, so the frog is ready. Ready? It's ready printable for now. So what we have here, we have the frog, we have the base ready. And now the skull. The skull, I didn't kind of make the entire skull. I went and grabbed a base mesh of this skull and then I altered a lot. So this skull isn't properly 3D print ready, but I'm gonna try and do my best. And I think I dynamesh it, so I can't think of any real problems because this is all. Don't see any major issues here. What I can do first is save. And I'm gonna take a look at this mesh. I hope it doesn't give me a lot of problems. We flip it. I have north target, delete, flip it. This is the inside of the skull. Just have to live with it. I'll just have to live with it because I can't see any other way that I fix this without messing everything. Because the ideal here is to remove this large part and just leave the wall outside. But on the other hand, it's hollow here. So maybe this isn't the part, this is also the wall from the other side. So with this in mind, I won't touch this skull a lot, and I'll just print it this way. Because I think this is one wall, and this inside isn't a messy mesh. It's a wall. The wall from the other side, from the inside. Let me see something. There's a wall. This is gonna print perfect, so I have no issues with it. Since I save it, I can do something like group by normals and see normals tell me this may crash the computer. Because I do have the file is rather large, and there are a lot of normals in this mesh. So if this takes too long, I'm gonna just quit the program and reload the last save. But I'll just wait a little bit. So bear with me, please, and just wait a little while I bring some more. Be right back. Hello, my friends. I'm back. Let's see. Okay. It didn't crash. I don't think it made some normals. Not even worth it. Just gonna control C. Control C. Gonna forget this. Go as it is, like I told you. I already made a save where I want it, so it's no problem. I'm not gonna make a save now. Something. The Dynamesh this. So at this point, don't just decimate it. Large, so it takes some time. Okay. Print is the same way. Since this part is gonna be back, I'll put the supports like here on the back and print it like this. The only problem that maybe I'm gonna have are with this, which I'm guessing the supports will get there somehow. Maybe from here, then it will support it. But I'll try and print it like this. Got the autosave. Okay, this one is ready to. Let's check the mesh integrity too. See if it's watertight or not. You're gonna see the full process. Grab the popcorns. Grab the popcorns. like this, it lost a lot of detail. Gotta maintain. I think I already decimated. So there are some parts that are not decimated. So this one I'm gonna go 50. What's going on? Have to divide, get more detail. It's at 500. And now that I have more detail, I can subdivide it to 20. It's fine. It's gonna be so small you're not gonna notice at least for this type of figure, you know. Okay, so we have the antenna. The antenna is gonna print separately. So the first thing we're gonna do is make the key for the antenna. I mean, how are we gonna do that, you ask? My first approach would be something like missing some detail here. Some detail here. Gonna notice. So, part. What are you going to do? This has a lot of could do a simple thing that boolean the frog to the antenna. Since I want this be as straight as possible, I may try and smooth it first. Over here. And if you want to see it even better, you could paint it red or something to see where you're gonna smooth. I want to smooth here. The color doesn't matter because you're not printing in color. If you can see, because the frog is on the way, you can always hide some parts and just show the part that you interest. Remove remove this. Now you only see this part. The thing I'm doing here is I'm gonna flatten this part. When I boolean, I don't boolean with all these details and mounted and everything. I'm boolean like everything flat. It looks great. I could do that. I could do with that, but why not? Now that we know where we want to flatten stuff, Now that we know where we want to flatten stuff, we disable the antenna, and we need to flatten everything in here. Just save. Need another one. Can always later delete the bigger files. So now I'm really interested in flattening this without pulling with these holes on the antenna. My cat wants to play. She has to wait a little bit. Here you go. Sit up. Doing with the Sculptis Pro, so we get some resolution, some subdivision. Closes holes at the same time. I want to make it too thin. Oh, it's not going to be thin because this is hollow, and the inside you can always put the thickness you want. So, Sculptus Pro active, no problem. Now it's flat, kind of flat, cleaner. Even go further on the red part. Further. It's gonna disappear, okay? So don't worry. And even smooth it. I'm smoothing with the Sculptors Pro mode active. Clean stuff. Even if you're not gonna see it, I like it to be clean. I could just go in the filthy way here and not notice, but I like it clean. Because when you're gonna stick this antenna, you're gonna stick it to something clean. Sorry to say. Or to speak. So the place where the antenna is going to fit, it's clean. Now we save. You're going to see that the base of the antenna is going to be a lot flatter. It's not going to have this. It's not going to have these saliences of these balls and all this stuff. It's going to be a lot flatter. I'm going to leave the red because I'm going to boolean the frog with the antenna. The frog is going to be the boolean. Frog. Do use a lot of folders. I do use a lot of folders. Then I'm gonna put the antenna with the frog. Then I'm gonna put the frog on the remove. Join. This is split. So what the frog is going to do is going to split. Okay, I can show it here in live volume. You see, and the antenna is going to look like this. It's going to look like this, a lot smoother, and it's going to follow the contour of the rest of the frog, but it's smoother. It's not with balls and stuff. Side, so it can work. It can work. It could be better, but it works. So, save, please, save. Save, you had a lot of work. Now I'm gonna boolean with the frog to split. See how it goes. Okay. Now the antenna is split. And it has the frog forms. This is going to be separate, and this is going to fit frog in it. It's going to have to fit perfectly. I'd like to make another frog backup. Backup. I'm gonna need this frog because I'm going to inflate this one, the antenna. I'm going to inflate this one on the skull also. The antenna, this antenna, I can delete it. I'm gonna leave this antenna, make a duplicate, copy the other antenna. I just leave a duplicate to see how it goes. I also leave duplicates on my pins. See. So I have to make a pin with this antenna first. Then I have to use it. So the pin I'm going to make, I have some Alvaro Ribeiro's pin here. I'm going to make this pin with this shape, so when I put it on the frog, I know it has to be at this position. No other possible position that the pin will be. Only be this position, this one. Let's see if the pin is straight. if you put the pin jagged, work. So the antenna enters this, and the pin must enter this also. Enter like this. The antenna is going this, the pin must be straight too. The smaller pin just to fix the point. It's not to, it's to fix and glue it, and then you glue it. It's better. That goes straight, but it's not a big problem. You try to make the pin as straight as possible. As you know, there's only one way the pin will enter. I'll show you. The pin will enter like this. Okay. The pin must enter like this, and it's straight, looking straight, I think. Even put it straighter. Because the frog is not straight. Because maybe I can straighten a little bit more. Let me see. Let me see. It's good. It's good. It's good. With a mask point. So the pin is separated. I like to separate the pin because I like to have an extra pin. Then I boolean this. And since I'm going to inflate the antenna, no harm is going to be done. So I'm going to make a duplicate of the pin. Okay. And I'm going to boolean the antenna with the pin. Okay, the antenna is now boolean along with the pin. Everything is going wonderfully. And I'm gonna put this here. Okay. Call this antenna pin. Save. Still have all the folders backed up. What are we going to do? Well, we need to make the antenna fit on the frog. Well, it's easier to do in always trying to talk and explain. So I'm just gonna stop talking for now. Just gonna do it, and then I'll tell you what I think. Okay. So the frog is on top now because the cutting part is going to be the antenna, and I made a backup with the original antenna here. I don't want to mess with that antenna. That is the original antenna, because the antenna that I'm going to make the cut here is duplicate, and then I'm going to inflate it a little bit, because when you print, you know, this doesn't fit perfect because it swallows, and then you will have problem fitting the part. So what I like to do is inflate this part like two. And with the original antenna, I can see what's going on here. I'm gonna leave a little wiggle room here so it's gonna fit perfectly with no problem. Okay, but I also created a separate pin here. I created the original pin here so I can see the space around, and the space around tells me that it's going to fit good, or at least so it seems. So I don't need to, I don't think I need to make it bigger because the fit is already big, and I leave it a wiggle room because this isn't very straight, so I need some difference around. If anything goes wrong, I can always grind it. But I don't think anything is going to be wrong. So I can boolean this. I don't even need this pin. Disable it. You're seeing all these parts because I have live boolean on. Before you do anything, save it, please. Once again, like I told you, the part is this part that I choose has only one way to fit. You can fit it any other way. There's only one way this part can fit. Like this. Okay? You're seeing this because if I boolean it, you're not seeing that. You're seeing that the pin fits perfectly. No issues. So the antenna can only enter in this position So it's gonna fit the right way as the design. You don't have to look for the, oh, it fits like this and that. And of course, this contour doesn't make mistakes, but sometimes you don't know which way the antenna is turned. So you know it's this way. There's no missing it. I don't know if I saved again. Saying it's perfect. Now, and now it's gonna create me a new frog. Is opening. Come on, frog. Don't fail me now. You know you like me. Yeah, the frog loves me. I knew it. I knew the frog loved me. This folder goes down. This antenna goes up. You can clean this because it looks messy. In fact, okay. I can clean this a little bit so it looks better on the 3D print. Don't do anything, but I like to do it. Just a little. I can see a hole there. With a different file. Tedious job. A very tedious job, but someone's got to do it. Why some artists prefer only to sculpt. I, I would prefer to sculpt only to. Now the holes are closed. No more issues. The mesh is tight. Let's see. Same. It looks good. It's so small. I could even go further step. I really want to be picky. Like make this so straight because in real life you don't have these straight lines. Soften these up. But since I did this, I have to check the boolean again. To check the boolean again, I have to create another folder with the frog being the main part. The antenna Boolean. Let's see if we have any issues. Issues. If you had any issues, you will see a new cut happening here. You can see. So no problem. Goes the frog, out goes the antenna. And we can take out the Sculptus Pro. There's something wrong here. I'm using the frog backup. I have to do this again. Somehow, I think I used the frog backup. Backup 2. I think it's good. Let me just check with this. It's good. It is good. Frog is good. The antenna is good. Everything is good. Now just paint the frog. And we have a separate antenna with a hole. Okay, let's pass to the next step. That is bullying this with the skull. The frog with the skull. So since I'm gonna make the frog just in one go, I think I may only need one pin, and that pin is just to glue it better. To even use any pins and just use the glue, but I always like to put the pin to place the frog in the right position. I could even put pins in the ends. I think it's too much because it's a simple design. It's no use doing that. You can just adjust it the way you want and it looks great. Anyway, it's just a waste of time doing these pins. Waste of time, and you're gonna have a lot of hard time printing it also. So what we're going to do, I will just stop talking now. I will do it and then I will explain. this pressing the topology, the skull. It's not good. With the live boolean active, I will pull this leg, this feet a little up. Just pull the feet up. Then you want pierce the skull. Any holes? Well, let's see. It's looking great. No problem. You could go underneath and make the skull bottom thicker. You can always do that too. Here also. And flip it without losing design detail. No worries. See just a little bit. I'm gonna have to do a lot of here, so it fits perfect. So I'm gonna clean this part on the skull also, so the hands better here. The speaker. To go even further and almost not touch this. Let's see. Let's see. I do this. I don't even touch. It's here how it looks. It's looking bad. You have to touch it. You can go a little bit, not too much. See, it doesn't look natural. It doesn't look natural. It needs to look natural. Here's the same. Sorry, the notification. Near the same. It has to look natural. In this case, that. So step this has to decide. It's not touching, but that's part of the design. And make it touch just a bit. Okay, let's go. Okay. if the frog doesn't fit perfect in here, we're gonna have a big problem, because the frog is going to enter the print like this, you know. This is the frog, and you're gonna put it on the skull like this. So everything, it's gonna have to fit perfect like this. And the pin has to go in the same direction as this, has to be this way, but straight. It's going to enter straight. You can put the pin like this. You could put the pin like this, but then the frog will have to go and enter like this. Could work, but work could work like this. I think you have. Let me see. Maybe. Way works. Either way works, because nothing is touching. So I can maybe go with the pin like this, and then the frog clicks like this. Yeah, yeah. I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. Let's see. Yeah. We don't have any. Is if it touches something here. Only if it just touches something on the skull and then doesn't click. This way. Doesn't matter if it touches or not. Oh, but the pin doesn't look natural. The pin will look natural like this, like a cowboy saddle. It's hard to speak. So the pin looks natural like this. This, yeah, like it's mounting on the skull. Yeah, another thing that I noticed is that the skull isn't quite straight. Should be. Let's just I'll just look it. This is a weird creature that had some problems. Okay, it's decided. Gonna put the skull, the frog entering like this. Save. Now what I have to do first. What I'm doing right now, it's making the boolean of the skull with the frog. Then I'm gonna fix it and clean it in a little bit to be more smooth. You're gonna see right now with the live boolean. With the live boolean, the frog. No, I want to do the other way around. Want to do the other way around because you see the belly of the frog is piercing on the skull. So I don't want to do that. I want to do the other way around for now. So skull is gonna bully the frog. We have a backup frog. We have a lot of backup frogs in here. And I'm gonna have a backup skull too. Here. Now the ski. It doesn't matter, okay? This part that you see in here doesn't matter because this is in a different group and I'm going to delete it. So this is looking great. It's gonna give me some errors, or if I want to make things a little more natural, I can always make the frog more natural looking. Like his belly is not just flat, but his belly is being pushed against the skull. I'm gonna protect these parts that I don't want to mess up. Like I told you, I could leave this like this and straighten and everything. And even that you don't see it, I like to make it look good. So you see, when you print it, you're not gonna see a flat stuff. You're gonna see a frog that is being pressed against the skull. But with that, I just fucked up this. I don't wanna fuck up this. Oh shit. Good, surely. So bad. It's so bad it hurts. Make it bigger. Wait, this. We'll have to forget these parts. Full throttle on this. Just testing the waters here. just do this flat, but I like the texture. And I like it to look good, even though you're not gonna see it. But I think this is enough. Now we have a problem. Oh, good for 3D printing. It's looking close to the screen. No, I'm gonna have to put this because I messed up. Gonna look from here. It looks like he's just gonna make it touch. Make it touch. When I made this, I made the mistake. But I'm gonna make this to look good. To look good. I have to pull this. Made this to look good. I have to go with the original form and then I will just clean it. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way here. There's no way. I tried. Sometimes this is how it works. You have to try. Because you will notice, because I use this tool, the Zybe, to make the shapes around so it doesn't look too much 3D. I'm gonna save this. Lost a lot of time here, but this is the way it goes. This is cool. Get some errors for sure, but the errors are these floating parts that I can fix. Didn't even get any errors. So you see the mesh is good for sure. The mesh is good. And like this, the mesh is good. With all these floating parts. And that's just auto glue. I'll clean this, then I'll boolean this. This frog is looking good. I'll just have to clean it, then boolean it. Boolean it. Boolean this frog. I don't regret it. I'm just cleaning stuff. Be good time to turn on. Just hope this one. To get this as clean as possible. So very nice. Yes. Fugir? Precisa fugir? Zona. Okay, so the next step. So the next step is to boolean the frog to the skull with a clean mesh on the hands and the foot and everything. Then I will clean the skull a little bit without messing up the design. This is the next step. This is the way. This is the one. The frog is the boolean. And as you can see, you won't mess up a lot. It's a good sign. I'm just gonna do this now. Then I will have to inflate it a little bit later. For now, I just want the skull with the shape of the frog that I just flatten a little bit and soften and everything. So I want this skull to be the one that supports the frog as it is right now. Okay? I don't know if I make myself clear, but it's what I want. This skull is way back here. I'm just gonna make a folder named backups. Save it. Save it. Save it. Save it. Save it. Save it. Man. This time I'm just going a little crazy. Oh, I'm noticing something now. I have to fix it somehow. I'll do it later. Just do this. Let's see, let's save. Yes, I just save it. Boolean. Ow. Boolean. Just Boolean. Boolean, you frog. Boolean. There is another Boolean without errors. I'm getting good at this. We have a skull without errors. And it's looking kind of good. And you see something here, but the main forms and the details of the skull are still here without deforming anything. That's what we want. We like. And this skull So going to be deleted. And the frog is here. And another save. And I'll be right back. Gonna drink some water. Sorry. I just have water myself. I'll be right back. Again, you should always make some breaks called the Pomodoro. When you come back, you're fresh enough and stuff. Just something here. Okay. 16.
Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. And I end up alone, I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. Ain't got no place to call my own. Feels like I'm better off alone. So sad inside and hopeless. These Hollywood hoes never notice. I thought that can't get back up. Girl, I miss you. I thought that can't get back up. Girl, I miss you. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. And I end up alone, I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. How'd I end up alone? I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. How'd I end up alone? I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls
I'm gonna pull in the frog to fit on the skull. Now it's all too tight, so I have to inflate this Boolean frog. I have the original here saved, so I can do what I want with this, and I can do what I want with this, and this is the original pin. I'm gonna see how much space I have between the let's say inflate by 2. No, by 4. Maybe inflate by 4. It's enough. Do more. Can do more. I can do 2 more. So I can do 2 more. And this I want to do too much. Six. By 6 and it's still looking good, so no problem. And then because I don't want any trouble. I'm gonna make as I'm gonna do this cut here, then I'm gonna make just a small break again, and I'll be right back. Okay, just gonna make this cut, then I have to take care of something. I'll be right back again. But I promise I'll finish this today. But you see there, the pin has some space in there, but I can put even a little more. I saved the original pin here. I'm gonna press the original pin, press W, center it, so it's really on the center. And then you're gonna see, since I have the original one here, to see how it fits. The Boolean one, I will expand it. And you see now you can have more space for the frog. This is enough. It's too much. But since the frog may not enter like completely straight, I don't want to risk it. I will even put it a little bit downwards. And this the frog has a lot of space to fit in. Like so. Problem is that the pin is going inside, but no problem. No problem, because you can see it. You can't see it. You will never see the pin. This is just for the frog to stay in place. And I can always glue it on these straight lines here. Not glue it, and the frog will still not move. So with that said, I think it's good. Second, please. Take care of yourself. There's no frog, saved it. Because again, can play. Frog. You can see in frog, the frog is going to go like this. That was saved. This is okay. This is okay. This is back up. This can delete all. I'm gonna make one final save. And we are almost done. We just need to make the skull afterwards. Take care of some. Right there. Just give me a second, please.
The sun wasn't far enough me the whole time. I couldn't see. Blind, I was blind then, and I don't see once again.
Okay. Go back to the thing.
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
This skull is gonna be a little more problematic. Hmm.
Run free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer. Why are we so ashamed to be alive? Break the chains and our freedom's ours to take. Look behind your back. Chase a light when the world is getting darker. I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers, standing in the shade. Going louder, we are all one color, standing in the way. Join the army of the shadow. Join the army of the shadow. Join the army of the shadows. Shadows, shadows. Join the army of the shadows. Join the army of the shadows. Going harder. We are more than numbers, standing in the shade. Going louder. We are all one color, standing in the way. The summer's calling. The summer's calling. If the kingdom is overthrown, meet me at the cornerstone. I know that I can't be without you. This bond is solid gold. We're a diamond and an emerald. It took me forever to find you. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the cold and darkest days. The summer's calling. we share is ours. Together we can touch the stars. I know that we will see December. 'Cause when it's all over, the love that you give will be there to guide you in every way. Now we've been through the cold and darkest days. The summer's calling.
So I inserted this pin just to point it, you know, just give it a direction in only in one place. So I know how it fits. Now I'll have to boolean again on the base just to make sure. So this skull can delete. I'll keep the original, duplicate the skull. This base is gonna be the new base. See, don't think I'm gonna inflate the skull. If I do it just like to inflate or something maximum, because I don't want to inflate it too much. I think two is enough. And now the pin I gotta inflate a lot more, a lot more. This is easy because I have the original pin turned on and I have the inflate pin turned on too. So I press W and I open the lock. I press here so I can straighten. Then I press here to center it to the pin. Then I close the lock and I open the one that's going to boolean and you're gonna see the space around. That's where it fits. You see? You have a lot of space to fit. I don't want to pass too much. Just put it a little down because I always like to do this. Not perfectly straight. It's too late. It will have to do. Let's hope all goes well, but if not, you always have that. Well, no tool. Did it again. Save. After this, I think we are all done with the keys and the holes and the fitting and everything. You just see something else. Yeah. Just double check. And the new base. Oh, Boolean operation succeeded, but several warnings were reported. Sometimes that's not a problem, but I don't like it. Let's see what's wrong. What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you? Oops. I don't see what kind of Boolean operations went wrong here, but machine integrity, okay. Here, side is perfect. See what's wrong. Double check it. Check mesh, okay. Good. With this, and with this. Now, how do we know the size that we want to print this? Okay. Well, I have a big printer, so not kind of worried about the size. But if I want to be worried, I will do something like for the sake of it, I'm gonna open Photon Workshop. This is my printer, Photon Mono M7 Max. This is my machine. Okay, the print size it's this 197 by 164 by 300 of height. Okay, so this is the what I can do to see if the model fits the printer. I always do something. You can do it in Fusion 360. I find this easier. I go to 3D Builder. I insert another a cube, for example. And I put here in dimensions. And my printer size is the Z is 300, 164 the Y. Z is 300, 164 the Y. I can't remember what was the other one. 297, 500. Okay, 297.5. 297.5. doesn't accept because it's with it. Not. So this is my print volume. Okay. I'm gonna do this because this is the height. The highest side is the height. My printer is very big. Okay. On the last print, I didn't even worry about this, but you can do this with smaller printers also. Under the object. Okay. Okay. For the sake of the experiment, I'm gonna save this in STL file. Set and what the size you want for your collectible. I haven't done this size yet before because it's a new printer. But I have the old printer size too. And then what you're gonna do is with that, please remember to duplicate file because if you import on top of the other file, it will replace it. Gonna go to the sample, photon mono and set max. And you're gonna see big difference. Screw that. So gonna delete it. I'm gonna import it again. So this is my printer size, and there is my model there. And I'm gonna put it this way because this is the way. This is the height. But I don't want my model too big. So I'm gonna import a rule to ruler. This ruler, where do I have the ruler? Somewhere. ZBrush. I have 25 centimeters, 15 centimeters. I think I'm gonna go with 15 centimeters. So I'm gonna import an object that I made in the same program with 15 centimeters, and I know this is 15 centimeters. Okay, this is 15 centimeters. Okay, you see that my printer goes like double there and prints in one go. But I want 15 centimeters. I don't know. It's a lot. I want it to be 15. Yeah, 15 is cool. 15 is like this. Like this. It's gonna be cute size just to test it. I'm gonna build all with 15 centimeters, and with that I have to see if it fits inside my print space, of course. Is my print space? Let me save it. the size that I want for my collectible, let's say. So I'm gonna create a folder. Sizes. Sizes. I'm gonna make this folder transpose sub because this is not going to resize. The only thing that I'm going to resize is everything else, like the frog. Okay? And I'm going to resize my frog. The frog is so small. Extra small. This is going bigger. This, and everything fits on the printer. So I have no problem. I can go a little bigger. $15 centimeters. Like it. A little bit more than 15 centimeters, but I'm not worried. I don't want something big. I just want something to test out. So this is going to be 15 centimeters. And I can take this, transpose that, and you see 15 centimeters is this. My model is going to be 15 centimeters. The way I measure, you can measure any other way you want, but this is the way I measure my stuff. Okay, so sizes go down. And now I know that this is the size that I want, 15 centimeters. I'm going to export all the files and export like by hand. Okay, saying export this, export that, export this. Or I can use the 3D print hub, the scale master. Okay, you can do another thing that I always do. I go to the scale master and I set my scene scale the 15 centimeters, and it's already saying that I have incorrect values. You want to resolve this? Yes. I want to scale everything correctly. Okay, and then I'm gonna say that my print scene, it's going to be 15 centimeters. That's why I selected the post, and I'm going to select this, and now it's all uniform. Okay, all the sizes are uniform. There are no more errors. But now, okay, sliders to subtool size. Okay, everything is okay. Let's say you have your scene scale correct to the 15 centimeters. 115 millimeters. I'm going to export one by one. Let's see. What I like to do is compare the sizes here and when I'm going to fix the file. So I'm going to compare the frog. But first let me do something. Let me rename. Okay, frog. Okay. I made a new folder instead of renaming. Tired. Our body.
Come close to me. I'll whisper in your ear the things that we could be. I'll drown us in the purple drapes that you were clothed in. We could live like royalty. I'll sing to you like a radio that's held beneath your window. Don't look so sad. Your crying eyes won't dry. You've gotta drive with both headlights so we can see the world. Then we'll run away together like
Centimeters. Dark. Now I'm gonna try something. Just a simple export. You can export it all the same time, but sometimes I find that that's got some issues. You have to select the ruler with 15 centimeters, and if you don't select it, all this is messed up. So what I like to do, let's start from the top. Take the base. Export the base. With LBJ, I like to do it testing. I'm gonna make a folder called STL. Anything. Okay, export it. Export it. And I'm gonna do next. Let's call export. Sculpt. Frog body. Export. Okay. Antenna. Export. Okay. I think all parts are exported, but let's see if all goes well. Because what I like to do is I like to go to Microsoft 3D Builder and import the files, and it automatically repairs my files if they need it. I always do that. I always do that extra step, and I always check the size in 3D Builder also. So this again, let's go 3D Builder. New. Let's import. Let's start from the top, antenna. It's the smaller part. And you can see by the red that it has issues, okay, that it's going to repair. But by now, for now, I just want to see if the size is correct. In ZBrush in here, 35, 16, 21. Let's see. Select the antenna. That's in scale, 35, 16, 21. All good. You can go on, repair. This repairs. L is repaired. Then you save. STL. Antenna. Okay. 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 Now you delete. Now you add the other one, which is frog base. Okay, let's import the base. Got errors again, but I want to check the size. 12 by 12, 541. Let's see. 12 by 12, 541. It's perfect. Then I repair. Gonna take a while repairing. I always like to repair my files here. Take extra careful. Because I know they're not going to give me problems watertight and all that. This is just repairing that. It's like this. The larger the object, the longer it takes. And sometimes I just make a break. And since it's doing this, the video may fail also. But the worst part is if I have to render, then it fails a lot because you know the stressing out the computer too much. I've been doing this to a lot of imagine doing this to a lot of files. You have to be very patient. You have to really like what you're doing because you can do it the easy way. Don't do it the easy way. Do it right way. Sign, and it's the best files you can ever get. 100% sure. Sometimes it's just about the right thing. The one is done. And the next one is body. The body. The body will take some time to. Here we go with the body. Yes. Oh, again an error. Let's see the size: 75, 113, 82. Let's see the 75, 113, 82. So it's correct with the size that I inserted here. So, okay, prepare it. I'll be right back because this is going to take some time now. It's gonna be 6 inch. This is gonna take, but this is big. It's gonna take some while. Now let's just recap what we did here. We're going to go 15 centimeters. The size we could do bigger. This is the size of my printer. So the files all fit in here with no problem. This is just for a test print. I was even not gonna print it, but I made it print. Then I'm 100% sure that I'm gonna paint it too with my airbrush and everything. Next part is print in resin. I think I have enough resin there. Let's see. It's done. Then let's see. Here, it's gonna attach this skull. Just so it fits like in the right spot. And then use glue in these parts, or if you don't want to use glue, you don't use anything for stability. Then I'm gonna print the antennas in separate, so I can print it better. I think this hole is too small, but if it is, I can always file it a little bit because this isn't very important. Just so I can print it separately. It's gonna be a lot easier to print. I could just print everything in a go. That will require a lot of supporting. If you're gonna paint, I like to paint things easily. See, almost it's repaired. It's 55, 113, 82. Let's see if I didn't mess up. Now the skull. See the size. 79, 74, 121. Let's compare it here. 99, 74, 121. Perfect. Repeat. Exactly as I'm gonna print it. Maybe a little more tilted. Let's be right back. Gonna drink some water. Bring my bottle. Bring my bottle here. This is it. This is repaired. I think I'm done with ZBrush too. I'm just gonna make a final save. Call it final. In case. Okay. I'm gonna go to the Photon workshop, but I can close ZBrush. No. I'm on Photon Workshop. That's my I'm using now for my printer because it's already made for it, and I'm not using Shitterbox for now. But I really like Shitterbox. Now, what are we going to do? Are we going to print everything at the same time? At the same time? Maybe. Why not? Let's select all. Let's go. Here it is on my printer. I wish it was the same. Let's see if I can print everything at the same time. There's the base. I will take the base. Base will be better. It was all flat, but I don't like to print flat. That is weird. I like to print like this. Base like this. I don't print flat. The frog. Sorry, I'm covering. Oh, the frog, the frog, the frog, the frog, the frog. The frog, what I was thinking was it's like this. No? Frog will print like this. And the skull. Skull is almost good. But almost perfect position. Almost, almost. I always like to tilt it a little bit in the frog. Because then the supports are gonna be hidden in the back. So even if I get messy with the supports, you're not gonna notice. And the frog, the same thing. The supports are going to be here. So I have to be extra careful. The base, I could print the base. But don't mess up the base. Okay, now the antennas. Now the antennas. The only problem I have with this Photon Workshop is the supports. It adds a lot of support, and sometimes it's very hard to take and they solidify. Okay, the antenna. Let's think. I was thinking about doing something like this. Something like this. Good. I can do something like this. Something like this. And even if I had a lot of supports, it's not gonna matter. Okay, since we don't want to print this 100% solid, we got the whole of it. If I can allow, except this, the antenna, I can't allow the antenna because I want it to be solid. The most solid part in here, it's gonna be the antenna. Let's see if I can allow all the other parts. Okay. Uh, but all together, one. This is gonna save you some resin. But I can see here we have some issues. Wish I could do this like in Photon Workshop and I can't. Have to move here. You see all this stuff? All this stuff is gonna take some supporting. Just supporting a lot of violence here, a lot of violence. A lot of violence here. So, frog is gonna be a big problem. Make some holes. Make holes. Well, in the base, I have to make holes on the bottom because you're not gonna see the bottom, and I can clearly, you know, just it doesn't create vacuum. I can make a lot. Should make one. I should make one here, but I'm not gonna make it because it's gonna ruin my design, and I don't want to ruin it. You're not gonna see the bottom. Always cover up, and it's easy to cover the bottom. I do exaggerate a lot. You can blame me for it. Fill it with roots. Shell is too deep. Ooh. this is on the make a hole here also. Make a hole there too. So now the base can breathe a little more. Frog. The frog. I will have to do a hole here in the frog. Almost. I must do it. I'm gonna notice because I'm gonna use one of these. Let's see how. Not gonna notice. Don't like to do this. I can do. Make the hole here. And I'll fuck up the other thing. I'll make the hole here. Make a hole down here. Risky. It's here. I can make all the holes I want. If I make smaller holes, you can't notice. But let's make these holes. I like to make a lot. The resin can drain and I can clean it easily. A big risk here. Put it here. It's not gonna have a resin trap. It's gonna drain the resin from here. Not trap it in the hand because the hand is fully closed. Not gonna see it on the print. But my only problem is with the head. I need it here. I'm gonna move to the skull. Then I'm gonna come back to the frog. Because I need those down here. I needed holes here. Not gonna make it. Very good. Down there, be the hole here. Here. Need two holes here. One here and one here. One here and one here. Excuse this. Just use this. I need more. A shit ton of islands. Just have two in the skull. Four. I just have to live with it. Now for the frog. Like two. The ideal is here. I do it here. That's the antenna.
What if I go stronger? What if I get higher? What if I start doing things I know I will regret? I will make my own way, I will not surrender. I will do my best until I get put under. What if I go stronger? What if I go stronger?
It's like the perfect training hole. Maybe smaller. And I can still see the position that I must insert the antenna, and I still got a hole. Then I glue all this. I have two holes here. Then fill this with something resin or some kind of paste. I don't know what you call it, ceramic or something to close that hole. And then when I paint over, this hole is gonna be covered. But I have to get some holes to let the resin pass by and the air pass by so it doesn't create the vacuum, doesn't stick. This is the fun part. She's so fun, my friends. Now for something completely different. Okay. Get wanted to go outside. So here we go. My God. Just gonna wing it, as they say. The frog doesn't look so bad. I'm gonna save it. It doesn't look so bad. The only thing I see here is a lot of supports, but it's not the worst that I've seen before. There are a lot of worse. Let's go! Don't see any floating island. First part is here. The worst part. This is the part that I have to be very, very careful. This is smart because I don't even care. I'm just gonna leave it this. Pray for the best. There you go. Just check something. Mushroom. Mushrooms. This one is very risky. But customer. trust you, any cubic. So the total print time for this is 5 hours, 54 minutes, not that long. And I'm gonna need approximately 338 millimeters, 339 millimeters of resin for half a liter. Less. So let's see if I have half a liter and cubic. If you could send me some resin, okay? Let's go. Save the disk. Photon workshop. We'll call it EM7M sliced. So here's the part where you make the cuts and you refine the design and you do the stuff, all those fun stuff, and then you repair and then you make the supports, and then you hollow, then you put the holes, and then you have to think how it's gonna print. And now we are going to the next phase. And the next phase is 3D printing. It's a good phase. Look, I'm gonna pass to this camera now, my printer. Just click here. I'm gonna turn on my camera to my printer now, so you can see. If it's working. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. I guess it's working now. Okay, you can see my printer, right? You can see my printer. Okay, now I'm going to start the process. And by starting the process, take this pen. We stick it somehow in the computer. But it's nothing important. Put the USB, you try like 1,000 times and it doesn't work, and then one time it works. This is my article on Book Nook. It's done. Now I'm gonna pass the photon files to the. Let me just press to this, okay, so you can see what I'm doing. I'm gonna pass the sliced photon file to the pen here. There, and eject the pen safely. I don't know. Ask. I'm gonna go back to the printer. Okay, this is the printer. The frames to close. Don't get pressing in your hand. So also liters. Maybe also liters. When I use on what I need. The cubic. See, water wash. I don't need to wash with alcohol. I wash with water. And water. Cubic, cubic, the filter. So it's gonna make any difference. Makes difference. Always eagle. This is gonna. Yes, okay. Now we keep it right here. Okay. Keep it right now. To make this far away, because this is always dirty. This can always see more here. If everything is fine, okay. Sometimes there's some kind of below the tooth, but now I don't have any toothpick, so I can.
Let this be another knot to tie around my bed at night. I know I've lost the fight to erase your face, my mind. Awake, I lie here staring up beyond the sky.
And then I'm going to put on the free. This is give me from the best one. Put on mono for and store. Okay, and I put on mono And the cubic. Okay, oh, love, loves, bridge, USB. It's no, I'm tired. Don't get me wrong. Here we go. In the file, Grand 10. I don't know where. It's called Frog Entity. And they say the estimated time is 5 hours and 44 minutes. The thickness 0.05 millimeters. 2,488 layers. The speed is normal. And we do.
Flashing lights dance with fire in the night I'm wired. Watch the time pass us by, is this feeling lying? Could you pass the lighter? Yeah, I'm trying to keep my cool. Nicotine in my veins, flaming up desires. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo, put me in a mode. Put me in a mode.
So the printer is now printing as it should. If you can see it, the table, it's getting down to the vet. The printing plate, I call it the table because it's a Portuguese expression. It's the printing plate. It's going down to the vet with the resin, and then it's gonna stop there and cure the first layer. And when the first layer is cured, it's gonna go up a little bit and then go down and cure the second layer. And that's how the resin printer works. It works by curing every layer, every single layer. Note this encasement, this black encasement is UV protected, so no sunlight can go inside or outside, for that matter. And something I do recommend, besides the gloves that I use, that I don't use anymore until I open it again and remove the print, is to get a very vented place. I do have a window here. On my right side, the windows is open, and I'm gonna leave it open all night because the smell of the resin can be toxic, or it's not good for your health. So please take that in consideration. Always print on a very ventilated space where you don't have any problems with that. But until now, I'm good. I didn't die yet. But I do leave everything very ventilated. And I do have sometimes I leave like a fan or something, or in this case, it's not a fan, I have an air conditioner in this room. I also leave the air conditioning in the fan mode, and I leave the window open, and I close the doors in this room, so only this room gets the resin smell. The water plus resin doesn't have a lot of smell, but I don't know why this printer is big, so it takes a lot of more resin and it smells a lot more. So there are resins that I know that doesn't smell that bad, but I haven't tried them. So With that said, I'm gonna leave you at this. And I'm gonna end the live right now. And when I have the print ready, I'll make some videos, and then maybe I'll put them all together, and you can see the final result if all goes well. And just to recap, this is the files that I'm printing all at the same time: the frog, the base, the skull, the antenna. Okay, they're hollowed. They have supports on the inside too, so you can save up some resin. Even so, it's like almost 400 grams of resin. And this is it, guys. It was fun. It was very fun. If you like to do this, this is fun. Okay? If you like to do the right way, you can do the right way also. It's also fun. That's how I do it. So, see you later. And next time, I hope we'll see the completed printed frog. Bye.